Right, 7:04, we'll call the city council meeting for Thursday, July 16th to order. And we'll start with roll call. And already misplaced my roll call. Councilman Reynolds.
Here.
Councilman Morris.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Here.
Councilmember Thornton.
Here.
Mayor Satter's here. And I really need that sheet because it tells me who we're doing prayer with. Found it. All right, if you'll rise for invocation, we'll be led tonight by Kirby Campbell of the Lone Star Baptist Church. Sorry, sir.
Hello, how we doing?
Good.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we call on you tonight because we ask for your help, your guidance, your direction, your wisdom. I pray that you would bless the mayor, the city council, and all the folks that are gathered tonight, and those that are here in the audience. And Lord, I pray that one thing will be most importantly done, that bring glory and honor to you. Thank you for the privilege that we get to work together in the city, and I praise the Lord for what you're doing here, and I pray that you'll just continue to have your hand upon all that we do, and Lord, lead, guide, and direct each one, all the decision-making processes that'll be done tonight and for the upcoming weeks. And Lord, it's a joy to get to live here and try to make a difference in this city, and I pray that we can all do that each and every day that we live. And we'll ask all these things in your name. In Jesus' sake, amen.
Amen. If you join me in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. All right, next we have public comment. When I call your name, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And there'll be a deal here. When it gets to yellow, you have 30 seconds left. And when it goes to red, your time will be up. And first up, we have Chuck Throop.
Good evening. My name is Chuck Troop. I'm a Vietnam veteran and obviously a senior. The council set up the DIB commission, under which there is the committee for the Hutto Senior Working Group, and I'm the chairman of that group. The basic question was asked, what do seniors need? We talked to a lot of seniors, and the answers are pretty much the same. Social opportunities to build community, transportation for medical appointments, stretch the food dollar, and put a cap on utilities. A senior citizen center would go a long ways in solving some of these items. It would provide for the socialization that's badly needed by seniors, a way to get out of the house. This would also house a badly needed help scheduling desk for transportation. This could be supported by a volunteer driving service or a Hutto van operated by vetted volunteers. We would leverage existing organizations like the Hutto Resource Center and Meals on Wheels to address food insecurity of seniors, as well as provide a place for a noon meal for seniors. This could be a place to exchange food coupons and shopping ideas to stretch the dollar. The Senior Citizen Center would needs to be slightly larger than the Hutto Discovery Center, their fellowship hall, to accommodate a cafeteria-style kitchen and a couple of craft areas. This should be a multi-use facility for disasters, Red Cross, and veterans, which all need the same services. Utilities, involve the utility companies to put a cap on certain utilities for seniors, maybe using an earned means test like the VA uses for benefits. Seniors now make up a larger share of Hutto than ever before, with an estimated 20% of the residents being over 50 years of age. For the next 5 years, the senior population is expected to grow another 20 to 30%, which means the need for these services will continue to rise. A senior citizen center should not be a big step for a city the size of Hutto, and be a part of Parks and Recreation. There was a bond issued in about 5 years ago, Prop C, under which there's a available bond. I understand it's about 30 million. It would be a possible vehicle to build a senior citizen center. If you have questions, I've already emailed to all of your accounts a copy of what I'm reading today, plus a letter from Jeff White, who I enlisted to help me with numbers. He did a really good job, so I appreciate it. I want to thank him for helping me. And that's it. If you got questions. Nope. Thank you.
Sorry, and during public comment, we're unable to have dialogue back and forth.
I'm sorry. Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
But I'd like to visit with each one of you, so you've got an email from me. You'll hear from me again.
Thank you. Thanks, sir. All right, that brings us up to item 6.1, consideration and possible action regarding possible appointments, reappointments, and/or removals to city boards, commissions, task forces, economic development corporations, local government corporations, and tax increment reinvestment zone boards and area government appointments. And to speak on this item, we have Rick Hudson.
Prior to Rick coming up here, I just want to have council pull up an email I sent Monday about 8:30 in the morning, which lists the candidate the letter number. Just for until nominations, I thought it'd be best for anonymity to use that designated number instead of their real names.
Thank you.
Hi there, Rick Hudson, P&Z Chair. Just wanted to touch base real quick on the nominations. As I replied to Councilmember Morris's email on Monday, there is a position, person recently termed out, however they would like to continue. That is candidate F, since we're using the letters. Yeah, candidate F would like to continue. So I don't know if that's up for your consideration. There we go. And as far as there is no interview process apparently anymore. So just wanted to provide my input real quick. I believe that candidate E is the best second candidate. Candidate B and either B or D would be good. And my last choice would be candidate A, candidate C being ineligible.
Thank you for reminding me.
All right.
Forgot the number.
Any questions of me?
Nope.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Okay.
Right, I do want to make a comment about this process being that it's in, we changed it recently. So I would request more time, so get familiar with the process. I know we changed it to what you called the old process last time we spoke about it,
Do not change any process.
or it was suggested. See, that's why I'm very confused. I think we need
It's
more
on tonight's
time.
agenda, to change, that's item.
Yeah,
That is item 8.7 is the change.
8.7.
Currently, we're still on the way we've been doing it for like the last 3 years.
okay.
So the interview process, if I may add, Sean, the interview process is where I send out all of the resumes and leave it up to each individual council to interview at their own discretion. There's sometimes I can't post LinkedIn. I can't do an outside application on the inner city web. So, but there's LinkedIn. I suggest that. There's the application that is through the City of Hutto Boards and Commission application process. There's their names and their phone numbers. So, I mean, before we were having 2 people or 3 people do that and trying to get, the subcommittee plus a chair. If we have 4 candidates, we got to get 7, 8, 9 people to meet at one time. It's just very difficult. Peter did a great job of doing that, but he spent a great deal of effort to do that, and I applaud him for that. I just don't think it's an efficient and effective way of doing that. To get everybody in a room and then have all those people commit to stuff, and then we have some no-shows. Not necessarily the board, but the candidates and things like that. sometimes you don't get to even speak to them at all in that way of process. So this way, it allows every individual council member to look at their resume or their application question form. They have their phone number, and it's up to us. We always did it on Mondays before the big cattle call, before Thursday meeting. So I send this out on Monday mornings for everyone to get up to speed on that. So I do copy the chairs on that initial email, and I don't need to have that rerouted through the city for Tomo
But,
reasons.
so to the council member's point, we haven't changed anything
We
yet.
have not changed anything.
Okay, so nothing's changed yet. So we're in the press, just to be clear, we're in the process where we individually contact the applicants. Right, so it's,
Well, we've always had that option.
yeah.
That
So I'm saying
option's always been there.
That's the option we're in right now. And we had which I was really happy to see, a long list of applicants and applications, and then one that came in this morning, or something that came in kind of late. Is there a way to get more time to continue review?
Well, that is the unexpired term.
Yeah,
So we know him, it's like, we usually don't interview unexpired terms.
Okay.
Historically.
yeah.
On, and, so, I'm sorry, it was an oversight on my part.
Oh,
But we
it's
all know
okay.
that individual, and, he's well thought of, and we understand what he does on on planning and zoning. And I did post his questionnaire thing that he had from, maybe it's from 2025, or mid-2025.
Okay. No, I think it's just, I would want more time to continue in that process, and since it'll be my first time going through it. I want to be able to be really thorough and give everybody deeper consideration and more time to, there's a lot of new names, a lot of new applicants that came in, so I would want to request more time to be able to spend more time in that process,
Are
contacting
you talking
new
about specifically
applicants.
for planning and zoning?
Just
Or
everybody.
for all of them?
Yeah,
Well,
Here's what I'd say, we're really,
well, let me finish.
wait a minute, per our protocols, we're supposed to make a motion
That's true.
and then a second, and then we can discuss. We're really not supposed to discuss anything until there's been a motion. So what I'll ask is a motion, and then we can open up for discussion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Kyle Parkinson to the the Library Advisory Board. I see lab here. He is an expired term that he wishes to re-up on that. So I make a motion for Kyle Parkinson, who's done a great job, has been there. We all know him pretty well. He's on the Ethics Commission as well. So I make a motion to propose Kyle
I
Parkinson.
don't mean to interrupt you. Just the names, and then you can tell us why when our discussion.
Well, I want to do these one at a time.
Just, okay.
So
you want,
Laboratory Advisory Board, Kyle Parkinson,
that's one motion.
nomination. One motion.
Second. Seconded by Councilmember Thornton. All right, any discussion on Kyle Parkinson to the Library Board? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, I want to go make a motion for TERS 3, the mega site. We have two individuals that are expired terms. It's a 5-member board, Tanya Sneed, Amberly Kolar, Dan Thornton, and expired terms are Jim Morris and Rick Hudson. I would nominate to reappoint Jim Morris and Rick Hudson to TERS 3.
Do we have a second?
Second,
Motion by Councilmember Morris, seconded by Councilmember Zepeda. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
I'd like to make a motion for both Cottonwood Creek, LGC, and River Creek. We have, those are 3-member boards. Dan Thornton, Jim Morris are both on the River Creek and Cottonwood. We have one vacancy on each of the boards, and I would like to nominate Corina Zepeda to fill both of those positions.
Mr. Morris, you only have a vacancy on Cottonwood. Previous Councilmember Warner was appointed to River Creek.
That's right, thank you for correcting that.
So just Cottonwood?
So, no, just River Creek,
No, just
Cottonwood.
just Cottonwood, I'm
Just
sorry.
Cottonwood.
So rescind that motion. I make a motion for the River Creek LGC.
Cottonwood.
Cottonwood. LGC. Motion for Cottonwood LGC to appoint Karina Zapata.
There you go.
Are you saying it to yourself or to us?
Both.
Second.
Okay. All right, motion by Councilmember Morris,
Thank
second by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield. Any discussion on the motion? Do you accept?
I do, thank you.
All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, we have TERS 1, which is the co-op, which is a 7-member board. We have Amberly Kolar, Sarosh Jaffrey, Mike Snyder, Scott Hasselmeyer, and 3 people are expired terms are Rick Hudson, Peter Gordon, and Russ Bowles. I'd like to renominate Rick Hudson and Russ Bowles for TERS 1 with 1 vacancy.
Motion by Councilmember Morris. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Zepeda. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor, I believe that Commissioner Bowles is a county appointee and not the city.
He is county.
Yeah, so we don't get to vote on him. The county does.
Oh, all right.
Dang.
So
The
just
one they
Rick
voted
Hudson.
on, Hudson.
Just Rick Hudson.
Just Rick Hudson, if he so agrees. But you had said TERS 3 was here. TERS 1 is what you wanted to be on.
Okay, and you're okay with just Rick?
Yes.
All right. All right, we're good then.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now we're going to TERS 2, which is a 7-member board, sports and health. Current members, Dan Thornton, Amber Mitchell, Marcus Coleman, Mike Snyder, and we have terming off Aaron Clancy, Kurt Scherdenferger, pretty good, Jim Morris. I would like to renominate Aaron Clancy, Kurt Scherdenferger, and Jim Morris back on TERS 3.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Morris, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Yes. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
So, left the best for last. Planning and zoning, we have 2 vacancies, and we have 5, well, as a chairperson, Rick Hudson of P&Z, Lawrence, he called out my attention that he does not live in the city limits, he is in the ETJ. So it was my oversight, thank you, Rick. So we do have the 1 incumbent that's termed out, and then we have 4 others. The things I'm talking with some of these individuals.
Hold on, we got to do the motion first.
I'm sorry.
and discuss.
Yes, sir. I make a motion to appoint Jose De La Cruz, and she goes by, it says Marie Joelle Dan, but she goes by Joelle Dan for the 2 vacant positions.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Morris, seconded by Councilmember King. All right, now we'll open up for discussion on the motion.
Well, I'd like to open it up to let other people talk about it, because this is one we've kind of been focused on for the last week or so. So if anybody had any comments.
All right, hearing
Thank
none,
you.
please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
I think that's it, Mayor.
All right,
I
you
did
worn
my
out?
best. Well,
Good night.
I had it scripted, but I
All right,
don't follow scripts.
next we have item 6.2, consideration possible action regarding recommendations or updates from city council subcommittees. We have not had HISD. Did we have a CIP one yet?
Nope.
All right, we did have a fire safety one. I think what it would be best to do on that is, we met, they wanted to record because the chief couldn't be there. We have a recording that we can get set up in notes to give everybody the minutes. I would just say the minutes are probably important for everybody to look at. We talked about a range of things, and you guys tell me what I'm missing. We talked about the current status of things, how the issues we have with the agreement. There did seem to be some confusion in terms of our reading based on legal interpretation that the agreement could be canceled within a day, but then they would have to pass the past 10 years. They weren't aware of that. We communicated how we tried to solve that at the day of the meeting. And there seemed to be confusion about any back and forth. And in fact, City Attorney, I don't know if this matters, they didn't even know there'd been multiple drafts sent to us the day of. And so I left confused for them because they didn't know what was going on exactly. But we went through that. We talked about potential things that would come up tonight, and we agreed to meet again. And I believe that's August 1st. Is that right? It was a Saturday morning?
Yeah, that's
We're
correct.
meeting right before our CIP discussion at City Hall. Anything I left out? Mayor Pro Tem? No? All right, so more to come on that. We'll get the minutes, AI done, AI minutes. All right, that brings us to item 7.1, Hutto Gateway Public Improvement District and Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Let's see if I can pull up our presentation here. My name is Derek Pompey, and I'm with Kaplan Development, and along with Stephen Wolf and his family, we are the developers of the Gateway at Hutto project. We're here tonight not to take any action or votes, but later in your agenda, an executive session, understand staff has some specific questions related to our development agreement that they want to go over with you with legal. So I thought it wise to kind of give a refresh on the project so everything is top of mind as you guys are going through those particular details. Many of you have probably seen this before. I think this is our third city council workshop, and if you're also on the EDC board, probably your fourth time you've seen it, but I recognize that there's new members of council, so I'll try to be brief, but also hit the highlights as best I can. So here's the Gateway project site along East Wilco Highway at the intersection of the highway and County Road 137 on the south end of town. And our project proposal is a mixed-use development. Essentially, we've tried to match the single-family residential that we would abut on the perimeters while concentrating some higher intensity development at the intersection of the East Wilco Highway and County Road 137, essentially feathering it in from the perimeter into the core. This is the overall concept plan that we've been working off of for the last couple of years. And in more detail, here's the commercial components that we've been talking about. We have about 600,000 square feet of retail, along with a hotel conference center and office space. And so at the north corner, we have kind of your Main Street retail along that walkable strip, and the hotel conference center behind it, all of which overlooking our central lake and park area. And then on the south side of the highway, we've got more regional retail and a space for potentially an office. Here's our residential slide here showing the different potential uses that we've got planned here. Like I mentioned, we've got more traditional single family that would directly abut, at least in this case, to the west, the Southgate and Riverwalk subdivisions. And then we feather into some higher density things, including townhomes and 2 multifamily sites. But the whole thing is tied together through our central green belt. We've got this beautiful set of lakes that the majority of the project faces, and it's all linked together with our pedestrian bridge that makes the retail space all walkable within a quarter mile from our residential spaces. But this green space links everything together and serves as a focal amenity that will be ultimately public. And so later this evening, there's going to be a few questions posed to you from your legal team regarding the TERS. So I thought I'd give some highlights on the TERS that we've been working towards. And so our plan as current is to have a TERS on this project that would encompass the 265 acres of the site upon annexation, because right now we're currently in the ETJ. And we're requesting the TERS for help us completing public infrastructure that's directly related to the commercial components. And that way it'll help us bring it online sooner than later and bring a high quality tenants and users and design that wouldn't normally come forward. And so those TERS improvements will also include the widening of County Road 137, which would include a turn lane at the East Wilco Highway and a light. And unlike many developments where they're paying fees into a bucket, our plan is to actually construct it as we go. And so part of what we've been working on with staff is trying to be very specific about where are the TERS improvements located. And so we put together a couple of exhibits to kind of highlight our intent. And so wastewater is pretty straightforward. As you can see in red, those would be the locations of our wastewater improvements, all fronting on the commercial parcels, including the hotel and office space there. Same goes for stormwater. Again, the areas in blue would be our PID improvements, and again, the area in red would be TERS improvements. Because it's been expressed to us that really, if we're gonna have both, that one, the TERS should not go to be paying down PID assessments, and two, there need to be completely separate buckets for those improvements. A lot of PID TERS combinations, usually the TERS is reducing the PID assessments, but in this case, we're keeping the buckets completely separate. This is the pavement and right-of-way areas. Looking towards the eastern border, that's County Road 137. We've got, again, the roads working through the commercial spaces. One little unique quirk that we have here is we show the red highlighting right-of-way and paving area in Sector 1, which does have residential there. And if you just looked at this picture on the left, you would probably say, well, that's all residential there. Why is it red? And that's because that is a road on the thoroughfare plan. So none of our residential lots actually front on there. It's really an extension of Katz Lane from the thoroughfare plan. And we think that's a critical component for the TERS because Katz Lane directly connects not only our development, but the adjacent Riverwalk, Southgate, and Lake Estates to our Central Park and to our commercial space. And so without Katz Lane being on the thoroughfare plan, that would be a local road. We wouldn't be building a collector there, but since it's there and it's drawing our first customers to the commercial, we think that's a critical component at the early stages of the development for inclusion into the TERS. And so at a high level, these are the basic terms of our TERS as proposed. The TERS boundaries would be limited to the development area of our site, 35-year term, and 50% participation. And we've also proposed the use of TERS bonds. Using a bond would help us expedite reimbursement for us, but also it dramatically reduces the interest expense. We think that TERS money should be going for infrastructure, not for interest. And given the long life of the development, the interest could actually potentially exceed the principal cost of the improvement. So we think that's a smart inclusion. The key benefits for our site is obviously project annexation into the city, significant commercial development, bringing sales and property tax. A key consideration for the TERS is unlocking our hotel and conference site, which is that purple site shown there. And we've talked about in the future unlocking with a conference center, unlocking a higher level of the hotel occupancy tax. That's not part of the TERS because the TERS only funds public infrastructure. When we go to the point of building the hotel, we think it'd be appropriate to come back with a user in tow and a proposal for a public-private partnership, which would unlock that incremental increase in the hotel occupancy tax. So not ready to get into those details now, but that's essentially where our minds are going. But the TERS is critical first step to being able to advertise to those end users and operators. And ultimately, by utilizing the TERS for the commercial improvements, it allows us to keep our tax rates lower for the commercial, or our effective tax rate, rather than using a PID, which might price out some of the high-quality tenants that we're looking to attract as soon as possible. But ultimately, in a mixed-use project, everything works together. The residential is supporting the commercial supporting the hotel, and so we think bringing it all together concurrent really will expedite the time frame on this and bring together a high-quality development. Essentially, that's the high-level bullet points, and I'm happy to address any questions you might have. I'd like to make one request in that we've been working on this site with the Wolf family for 3 years. We've had our development agreement in review for a year. So any advice or recommendations or encouragement you guys can give to staff so we can bring this back for a final vote sooner than later. My goal is to bring this to you guys as a fully baked deal the next time you see me. And so anything you guys can offer to push that along, we would really appreciate. Even if there's 1 or 2 items for all of us to discuss, I'd like to bring you a package that's 99% complete next time we're talking. So if there's any other questions about the deal, the project, in terms of its scope, I'm happy to answer those, or anything particular to the TERS. I'm here for you.
Thanks, sir. All right, questions or comments from council?
This is amazing. It'd be a little jewel in our south side, and growing up in the kind of the hills in northwest Austin, it reminds me of that area. So it's very pristine. I like the focus of working within the geography and the waterways and the things. So every time I see this, I get a little happier about it. So I appreciate the presentation, and the TERS. I think you're going. My limited ability of TERS in the last year is it's such a great financial tool to, and I think the way you're doing it seems all in line with what I've been experienced with. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but what's going to be the policy on fishing in the lake?
We got
Kind of a thing here. I mean,
I would love to make that a public amenity. We have a little bit of work to do with Upper Brushy Creek, WCID, to make that possible. But that's top of our list because it is a jewel. If you haven't been on the site, I would love to take you, or have Stephen, who grew up on the site, drive you around. But there's topography, there's trees, there's lakes, which is really unique and rare for
I
this
see
part of town.
ducks on it all the time. I won't say anything else about
You would
that.
tell us the issues so that maybe we can talk to people that are able to help out with the, if I remember right, the issue. Are you able to say that publicly?
You know, I think there's been a little bit of staff turnover, which I understand. We got to get everybody up to speed. But I just think if everybody knows that collectively you guys are in support of this project with the scope we've outlined here, and just saying, hey, let's bring this sooner than later, I think that would really help, making it a priority. I don't have a
And
particular.
the lake, right? I mean,
What's that?
we're speaking of the lake, right?
I thought you meant overall.
Are you able to say publicly, like, what the potential issue is with the lake, if I got the right project?
So WCID controls it, and they have the rights to limit recreational use. We're going to be going back with them, working with them, because they need to do some repairs on the site. They need to update their easement to a specific easement. And so that's a negotiation we've initiated, but is not near completion. And so if there's a scenario where the city wants to advocate for what they would ultimately like to see, since the surrounding area is going to be City Park, we would love to have you guys at the table to help us with that, knowing, hey, it's not just some developer asking for this, that this is a community-wide benefit or concern, that I think that would be really powerful coming from the city rather than us.
Mayor Pro Tem, not joking around, the ponds out here have been a big debate. The developer said no fishing, and there was such an uproar. They were surprised by it, and now they're installing a fishing dock in order to help with the fishing because the public was not going to,
I drove by the other night.
they were
There
going to have any of that.
was 20 people out here fishing.
Yeah. So if you build a lake like that, and WCID needs a little help understanding the importance to our community, I'm sure we can help.
Looking ahead, there's going to be some horse trading between us, and I think that's top of our agenda is to make this publicly accessible and, have the ability to maintain it, really, because they're ultimately responsible for the flood protection, but we still want to be able to, cut down the cattails and make it visually stunning.
Other comments? I got a few. I always got a few. All right, I'm with Councilmember Morris. I love the project. I've driven it with the Wolf family. There's a lot of people who live in Hutto who don't even probably know. I didn't know the extent that the Wolf family has been involved in Hutto with their operations, from dogs, the dog park, and all that. And so this is probably a once in a lifetime opportunity, I think, for the city. One, because anybody can build commercial. Anybody can build apartments, but the majority of your guys' project is not apartments. It's all commercial with right on a major highway the county's putting through at a major intersection with 137 with a convention center. And you guys are the only ones that have come to us and said, we'd like to build a convention center. To me, it makes a great, when you look at really great convention centers, they're not built right in the middle of a city. They're built with something that, I don't know what you call it, just a whole environment that is built around. So between the lake and the hills, I got a lot of butts in this because this is where I think the public, I think this is perfect you guys were here. And I'm sorry it's taken 3 years, but this is actually, I think, helpful to a lot of people in the public, and you'll see why. One, we've been talking a lot about JP4, and we're in a moist area, and we're not exactly wet, dry, and we're having this discussion. We've had a little bit on the city council side and more on the EDC side, but this area is not able to have mixed drinks. And so I don't know of a single convention center that can operate without mixed drinks. And I know someone who doesn't drink who said, I think it has to happen to get the restaurant users who do have that. So that's an important thing that's spurring some of the things we're doing is because of this project right here. And then also, not that Copilot, I don't really trust everything AI puts out, but I asked, what is the average set retail sales per square foot of commercial? And it said $450 to $730 per square foot. So I didn't want to overestimate, so I went in the middle and came up with 590 times your 600,000 square feet is $354 million a year in retail sales. Now, that doesn't mean much to you all. Right now, it means nothing to most of us on city council because we can't collect the sales tax on that, which would be almost 7.1 million. What we can get is we can get a promise to get some of it and then find out in 10 years we don't get any of it. And you're showing us TERS bonds, which is our only source of revenue at this point is property tax. And you're showing us 35-year bonds that we'll be paying and giving our property tax to, which I think is great. But the benefit, like you put on here, is sales and property tax, and we get no sales tax, we just get property tax, of which we're giving back in the TERS. And so I think that's why it's so significant, the debate we're having outside of your deal on sales tax and our ESD relationship is that developments like this cannot happen and will not happen when a city has got two arms tied behind their back and is only able to collect property taxes, because everybody who drives through the 137, 138 intersection, the Reverend needs to say a prayer for everybody that goes through there, because it's at the top of a hill, it's a poorly designed intersection by the county, and you guys are willing to go in, rebuild it, signalize it with our help of getting the property tax. But again, we can't have all this. This is increased police services. This is increased road maintenance, ultimately. This is increased city services. But in order to fund something like this, we have to use our property tax. And in every other city, you get to use the sales tax as your benefit. We don't have that quite yet, but we're working on it. So the but's not for you all, the but's for, I think, to remind us why we're doing what we're doing. also with the convention center, our hot tax collections go up all across the city, because in order to get a higher hot tax rate, you have to have a convention center. And so some cities go out and build a convention center and they spend millions a year in debt service to collect hundreds of thousands of dollars extra, and it doesn't make sense. Here, you all are wanting a public-private partnership where we can work together, and we'll do it in a way to where you'll make a little bit of money and we won't lose money, and everybody will be happy, and we'll have a nice hotel convention center that will spur all the commercial. So it's all these things that tie in that, to me, we really got to start doing and keep on the pace we're on, and probably pick up the pace a little bit so that we make sure we don't, in my mind, lose this opportunity. The only thing I got is we'll come up. I support the TERS for the public infrastructure and whatever the lawyers say we can do towards the convention center. I think we talked once, kind of like what Round Rock did with Kalahari. I think Round Rock owns the land that the hotel was built on. I don't know exactly what their financial involvement is and when that ends, but everybody drives by Kalahari goes, damn, I wish that was something like that was in Hutto. Well, you can't get that in Hutto unless you do some kind of public-private partnership and you work with these things, and they're getting sales tax and beverage taxes out of there, which helps support all that. So, what's that?
Astronomical.
Yeah, and so if you want a great big development like that, that's why I think we're having some of the fights we're having, is the public is just now seeing some of this, but we've known about it. And so you guys are probably wondering why all the fighting on the airwaves, and it's because we know to make this work, we know what we got to do. So the last thing I'll say is we'll talk to staff, and I like how you said, like, any ideas, or what did you say, ideas or suggestions or
Yeah, something like
hints?
yeah. Hints, nudges.
Yeah, we'll make sure this goes, because the one thing I remember we told you is we don't have water to give you. You solve that. I think the council said they're on board. And so to me, we should already have this agreement done, and so we'll figure out what the hangup is, and we'll come out and do what we do. We'll just make motions like we wanted TERS to include whatever, 137, 138, part of the convention center, whatever the public roads are, and that way you guys are comfortable and staff knows the direction, and we can hurry up and get it done, because I don't want to see this go away, because, time kills deals, and the Wolf family's only going to wait so long before they build it not in the city and decide to do it in the county and de-annex. So I really don't want to see that happen. But yeah, thanks for coming up, and I just can't thank you enough. This is going to be great.
Thank you.
Thank you guys in the back too.
And Stephen will take you around. If you haven't seen it, it is pretty interesting when you drive through it to be able to go like, man, I could really see this being something big.
It is a gem for sure. It's one of the most beautiful pieces of property I've had the pleasure of working on, so I'm excited.
It literally is a jewel.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next we have item 7.2, presentation, discussion of the June 2026 financial report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alberta Barrett, Finance Director for the record. So our first slide is the general fund, just to kind of give you the outlay. The first column is the line item or category. The next two columns are the last 2 years of actual data. The middle, 25-26, is our current budget. The amounts for the current month, second to the last, is where you're at year to date for this fiscal year, and then the difference. The main item in revenues, the top one is your property tax, which is your major revenue source for the general fund. So here in the middle, we had budgeted, our amended budget is $15,189,073. Through June, when this was compiled, we were at $15,040,059, or 99% of the amount we had budgeted. The next one is your sales tax, which is your second largest revenue source for the general fund. Here in the middle, we had budgeted $10,827,150, and we're currently at about 73% at $7,880,503. So that one we'll talk about a little bit later. In total, looking at your total revenues, through June, you're at $29,569,917, or 83% of the amount budgeted. Moving to expenditures in total, we budgeted $35,211,422, and we're about 64% of that budget at $22,395,225 for this through June. Okay. Next is just a graph of the same thing that we just talked about. I guess what I would point out here is if you looked at the top two chart or bars, looking at your expenditure, the majority of the reason why your expenditures are less than budget is just position vacancies year to date. So your revenues in total that we were talking about, just pointing out your major ones, your ad valorem taxes or property taxes are a little over 15 million, or 51% of our actual revenues. Sales tax is at about 27%, or 7.9 million. And then your next biggest one is your permits up at the top at a little over 3 million, or 11%. So this one is our sales tax graph, which is not as pretty as we'd like for it to be at this point. The top one, the light blue, is our budget that we have for this year. And if you look at the red, it is where we are actually from October through June. So what we have is basically we're below what we have budgeted, even our amended budget. And what we've determined, we have a major taxpayer that we haven't received sales tax from within the last probably 3 months. So we have reached out, economic development has reached out to that business to try to determine what the situation is. And so we're waiting to get a response back. So once we know that, we'll forward that information to you. Then looking at expenditures, of course, that's just taking your total expenditures and breaking it down by category in this chart. Your police department is your major expense for the city in the general fund, and it's at 37%, or almost 8.3 million. The next two are your public works at about 13% at 2.9, and communications also is at 13% at 2.9.
Yeah, I think that's off,
Yeah.
because I looked
Yeah, we'll look
further in, and
Yeah.
it's like 600. I was ready to cut Abby's. As soon as I saw that, I was like, I know what we're doing this year in the budget. We're cutting the communications
I think
department.
it probably
Everybody as
includes
much
some
as Public
others, but
Works.
yeah, we'll double check that one. Because, yeah, she has no $4 million budget. Sorry, Abby. Utility fund. So here, same setup, talking about revenues, your charges for your services. The first line is your major item, which is your water and wastewater sales and connections. Right now, we're at about 71% of the $28 million budget. Not concerned about that. Majority of our revenues in this fund is generated during the summer months when it's warmer. So that might be a little bit lower than what we'd expect, but I'm not really concerned at this point. I think it'll pick up. In total, your revenues are about 60% of the 40 million budgeted. Expenditures, here in total, we're about 19,351,500, or 47% of the 41.2 million budget. The big difference here is your other financing sources and uses, which is your debt payments. And so those they hit twice a year, February and August. So you're fixing to make those final payments in August. And so that 14 or 15 million will go up to the 24.5. So same charts for the utility fund. Revenue is, about where it should be, maybe a little bit less, but again, like I said, it'll increase over the summer months. And then the last bar is your expenses. And again, like I said, once you make your principal and interest payments in August, that will go up. Utility revenues, again, your major sources for revenues in the utility fund is Charges for services is your water and wastewater sales, connections, and that's about 84% of the revenues. And then the next big is transfers from other funds at about 2.8 or 12%, excuse me. And that's a transfer from the impact fee fund for principal payments. Expenditures, the biggest ones, of course, utility operations are about 39%. They're in the light blue. The big blue is the biggest one, and that's your debt payments. The next one is the EDC, same scenario or format that we've used before. So here, sales tax is about 75% or 2.7 million of the 3.6 that we have budgeted. Other revenue, we have a little bit over, well, almost 7.6 million, which is related to a land sale. And the last item, contribution from the city, that is the joint city and EDC CIP projects that we're doing. So the $1.6 million is actually a transfer for one of the pay apps to date. So moving to expenses, in total, it's a little over 6 million or 11% of the 57 million budgeted. Debt payments are a big one, which is the last item, debt services. And the other one is the capital outlay, which is the expenses related to the two joint projects, which is Brushy Creek and County Road 137 and 1660. So in total cash, you're looking at about 193 million in cash. The biggest one is 114 million or 68% is restricted with either CO or GOs as their funding. The other restricted is about 23%, and those are your funds that are restricted, like your impact fee fund, your community benefit fee, park improvement fund, transportation, all of those are lumped into there. And then your unrestricted is right about 9% or 26 million. And that's it. Unless you have some questions?
Questions or comments from council?
Yeah, back to this, I guess, a delinquent sales tax payer. Didn't we hear this last, for the May? This is the second time I've heard this. I don't know if it was-
You heard it at
was it
EDC.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What? Okay.
No, I was just saying.
I'll just stop there.
Curious. So, obviously, y'all are working on this, so can you, I know you can't elaborate who and amounts or anything like that, but I'm just saying, I mean, what seems, I mean, it's just someone that's having a cash, I mean, this is your estimated, opinion of, has this had been a problem before with this particular entity?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, until we get a response from them, it's kind of hard to say,
And how long have they had that request for response? How many weeks?
We just recently asked.
Okay, all right, then that's it, thank you.
So I've got some comments. Is it, okay, speaking of them, you said it's been 3 months?
I believe it was April or May is when they were behind.
Okay, so see, when I look at this graph, I'm beating a dead horse here because it seems like my world's revolved around ESD, but if you go back 3 or 4 months, the red is this year, the blue is last year. We're trailing under
That
last.
is this year.
Right, and blue is last year, and we're under last year the whole year. And one of the things I've noticed is that the majority of the, what's that?
The blue is the budget,
Oh, the blue's the budget, the yellow is,
Last year.
is
Last
last
year.
year's.
okay, so my argument still is going to work.
And so,
Well, what I was going to say is most of our 2016 municipal boundaries are built out. And so even if you take the red, starting with period 1, we're right above the yellow. Now, we had bigger gains each year until this year. And I would attribute a lot of that to is we don't have as many new businesses coming on board like we did in the previous time, which I'll get to that, and I could see that in our permits. But going forward, if we don't find a resolution, a long-term resolution, the lines are going to be closer and closer together because we're only going to have inflation on the city side. And then all the new growth, the 600,000 square foot of retail that comes in, if that opened up in one day, that's going to be great. But then in 10 years, there may be a huge dip somewhere because all of a sudden we don't have that anymore. And so it's the narrowing of the lines that has me concerned. I know the big jumps are equipment purchases, but
Right, that's the big difference when you look at the big spikes in the yellow for those couple of months, which is major expenses that happened in '25 that we haven't received in '26. So that's why when you look at the red, it's quite a bit low than the yellow, because yellow is recording those major purchases for equipment in the prior year. But I'm not discounting what you're saying, I'm just saying.
oh yeah, no,
from
no,
what
I
we've-
I hear you. Like, because period 1 and 2 shows we're running like neck and neck with last year. Now, if you go back to that graph that's got the revenues,
For the
this is-
general fund,
yeah, I got a comment that's going to get me in trouble, but
this one or?
yeah, no, that one's fine. Well, I'm sorry, yeah, that one there.
That one.
All right, I don't see us growing. To date, the council has not been real eager to raise taxes on everybody. And so then that means taxes are 50%, 51%, and sales tax are 27%. We don't know if that's going to grow much. And then permits and licenses, drainage fees, we pay $3 a month, I think, per person. But by and large, this isn't really for the public, it's honestly, it's really more for the staff. If we don't raise our taxes on people, then the only way we're able to give raises and hire more bodies and new equipment and fun stuff, sales tax growth, permits and licenses. When I look at your numbers, our water impact fees are 58% of where they should be. And I know those vary, but we should be, if you were really 9 months out of 12, we should be about 75%. And we're running under that. Our wastewater impact fees, which is dramatically tied to everybody's wastewater bill, we're at not even 20%. And so we're down it's a big number. We're down $6.5 million, basically. We got 3 months to go. And all the projections, as I understood them, for how we charge water and wastewater rates are all tied to collecting that money and collecting people using water. And if they use less water and they're not paying impact fees, then somebody has to make that up. And the only people who I know can make it up is the ratepayers, who are already ready to drag us all outside and beat us because they're paying so much. So then that made me go, well, what is the permitting like? Because why are the impact fees not coming in? And I go to the permits, and we've only had, now this is not fiscal year, this is calendar year, is my understanding, but we've only had 250 residential permits in 6 months.
205.
Huh?
205.
Well, that's where
205.
yours says that, mine says 250. But
Okay.
Anyway, whether it be 205 or 250, that is less than we did in 2019. And so our single family is way down. And maybe we're excited that we're not growing, but that's why our revenues are down on our water, because we're supposed to be having people moving in here, build new homes to help pay for this massive expansion we did. Then I look at the commercial, we've had 3 commercial permits so far year to date as of the July 2nd report. We haven't had that many since 2017 when we had 4. And so the biggest complaint I am getting, city manager, is that people are frustrated that they can't get a project through our city. So I don't see it as a lack of demand, a lack of people not wanting to come here. We just ran a developer, a home builder, through the ringer to build $200 million homes over a TIA that I guess got worked out. But that year-long delay, it affects our impact fees, it affects our utility revenue, and it's overall affecting the financial health of the city to the point to where if we don't figure out a way to get projects through faster, and I'm not suggesting we lower the standards, but we got to stop being the speed bump that's stopping everything. I don't know how you guys hire more people and give raises. I mean, if anything, you start getting pay cuts, because the only other option is raise everybody's water bill, which I don't know anybody up here's got the stomach for that, or tell everybody we got to raise their taxes, and eventually people are going to say, well, why aren't we getting more growth? Well, because it's all tied up in engineering, development services, or legal. And so what I'm suggesting, looking at all the numbers, is that as a city hall with the city council, we got to start working as a team and figuring out how to get projects out of here faster, because I don't see anything. I see the slowest growth that we've had since 2017 And I don't know how we continue. The last couple of numbers I have is our building permit fees are at 63%, which again, my math says we should be closer to 75. Our building inspection fees are 63. Our parkland dedication fee, we've got requests to spend like $5 million on parks, but we're not even getting parkland dedicated. We're at 14.5% of what we budgeted for that. We've only collected $29,000 in parkland dedication fees. Almost every development pays that. So kind of like a thing as we get into our budget season, if we don't have some plans, like the UDC has been stuck. I mean, we handed off to staff, what was it, February? Mayor Pro Tem, they got that, March?
6 months ago.
Like, I already know what my vote's gonna be on that, so if we don't hurry up and get something going here, I mean, we can just circumvent staff and just have it brought up and vote on it then. But if we don't start getting something done, I don't see how your financial numbers get better. And we're putting a lot of pressure on Alberta to do less impact fees, less revenue, less with taxes, and somehow still make the city go. So that's just kind of my thing, that I appreciate all the numbers you're putting together, but the rest of us got to team up, and we can't just have you doing all the work. We're going to have some growth come through here. And it's not about being the 13th fastest growing. We're damn near not even growing at this point. We're just kind of just nudging along, but just some concerns I have that going into budget season, I hope everybody recognizes that we're outspending again than what we're taking in, it seems like. Any other? Oh, all right. Thanks, Alberta. I'll try to go easy on you during budget time. All right. The moment I know a couple people have been waiting for. Item 7.3, presentation, discussion of the 100% Justice Center design prior to consideration of calling a bond election.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Amsler, Executive Director of Strategic Operations for the record. Tonight we have representatives from PBK who are going to run the entire council through the process that has brought us here and what the product looks like. So come on up.
Hopefully you save 10 million off of it too.
Thank you. All right, good evening, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Jessica Moulter. I'm here with PBK Architects, and I'm here with a couple of my colleagues. We've got Scott Smith and Heather Rule, who are both on the team, and wanted to run through what we've been up to for the last about 5.5 months now on this project. So just a quick agenda of what we're going to go over tonight. I know some of you all have seen a bit of this, and some of you are probably new to this, so a little bit of background, but we'll try to run through this quickly as well. So quick overview. We started this process, we were brought on board in February, and from then we started working with your team and verifying what they had already given in the way of a program for this project. We've worked through a schematic and design development phase, and meeting with your steering committee, as well as working with the EDC on determining the site, and then also presenting to the council workshop and subcommittee as well in April and May. We've done a tour of the Round Rock PD, and we've also been working with your constituents on the CMAR process, or the Construction Manager at Risk selection process. And so right now we are in the construction document phase, which is really when we're getting the less attractive looking plans, but the ones that your contractor absolutely needs to build the project, all wrapped up. And this is what we've got coming up. We still have a lot on our plate before this begins construction. We know we're trying to get a lot of the decisions made and the design done in a very timely manner, because we're coming up on August 15th is your deadline to potentially call a bond for this fall. So we've been working on estimating here and just trying to make sure everything is tied up. From an overview on the process here, we'd be looking at being wrapped up with our design drawings by December 7th, being able to put this out to bid, and then hopefully starting construction in early April. And that would be when we hand it off to the contractor and they break ground on it. So first, a little bit on the site. This is the site that was selected. It's about a 16-acre property, and it's on just south of Limmer Loop and just west of County Road 132. So this is a great spot. It keeps your PD a little bit farther away from 79 and the railroad tracks, gives them a little more room to be able to get in and out of the space, and it also gives them room for expansion in the future as your city continues to grow. This is just a master plan of what could be going next to it, but again, that is all future development and in the future. So this is a sort of a blow up of the site plan here. Just looking at phase 1, we've kind of created a phased approach to how this could be developed in the future, but you'll see here that we've got our entrances off of Limmer Loop. On the right-hand side, you'll see what is called a new road. That is the beginning of a future boulevard that will run north-south between Mager Lane and Limmer Loop. And the different arrows are in red. That would be if you are coming in from the community to visit this building. That would be your entry points, and your entrance to the building is starred there. And then if you work in the PD, those are your entrances in blue, and the star is where they would enter the building. So very separated there, very secure in the back lot area for your police department. The bigger building on the right is the Main Justice Center, and you'll see a support building on the left, which is a smaller one-story building and holds a lot of the support facilities. So this is a view of what it could look like in the future as this continues to expand. So as your needs in your PD continue to expand, we've master planned in a future training building just to the south, and this would expand additional parking and have more outdoor training area as well. And then in a phase 3, there is room for another building off to the west to support whatever public needs you might have at that time, and it could have its own entry as well. All right, and I'm going to hand this off to Scott, who's our designer, to go over the floor plan and some of the views of the building.
All right, thanks for having us. Some highlights on the floor plan. This is the level 1 floor plan. So you have a public lobby as you first walk in at the red star. Some other spaces off that lobby are records, which would be your front window, large training room with a breakout conference room, a stair that goes upstairs to a second floor lobby. The large space in blue there is patrol with lockers to the left of it. And then the brown and kind of purple and green color, that block is all evidence and forensics. And then the pink is special investigations. Anything in dark gray is core spaces, the kind of nitty gritty to make a building work. And then the large block there at the top is a build out for a future dispatch center. Jumping up to level 2, the yellow there is public lobby, so you can get there from a stair or elevator. There are a few public areas up here that could be accessed, such as professional standards, semi-public officers, which have a community resource officer and code reinforcement. And then the purple there are detectives, which is investigations and victim services. There's a series of interview rooms on this level. There's a couple downstairs as well. And blue is admin, so that's where the chief's suite is. And then in the lighter gray are some amenities, break room, and an outdoor deck for the staff. This is the support building, which is detached from the main building across the parking lot. The majority of this are vehicular bays for storage and to work on the different vehicles for the PD. There's also SWAT out here with a locker room for them and a workspace. And then this is where the gym is for the whole facility with a defense tactics room, K9, animal control will also be here, and some drone storage. It's exterior of the building. This would be in the public parking as you're coming up to the front door. So the dark glass there, kind of in the middle left of the image, is the front door of the building. It's a mixture of stones, some Texas limestone and Luder stone is the gray stone, and then a couple of different metal panels, that kind of beige color and the darker charcoal color. Another view here from the front showing the east facade, and then the new road would be to the left of us. So this is the second way to get in for the public to park. And then another flipping around on the other side, also in the public parking, just gives another view of the building there. evening shot, so the lobby would be well lit and inviting for the public. This is, we're starting to design this space now, but this is a idea of what the size of the roof terrace looks like. So this is just off the PD break room, so our officers can get some outdoor air while they eat their lunch. Just inside, this is what the public lobby is shaping up to look like. There could be a display wall there where it says Community Integrity, Service, and Honor. The records window is right in front of you, so if you came in and you needed to talk to someone, that's where you would go. Behind us in this image is that training room, and then the dispatch is led down that hallway through those glass doors, past a couple of restrooms. This flips around the other way, looks towards the training room and into the conference room. You can get a sense of the second floor lobby above. And then jumping upstairs, again, another good display opportunity. Maybe it's a chief's wall or some kind of dedication for them. Up here, this area would be an area where if you were coming to get recruited for the PD, you could land here and talk to an officer. Just another view of that same
Is that
space.
Jessica?
Sorry?
Is that Jessica?
Yeah, she'll be up there. This is inside the training room, so this is a city asset as well as the community. It has a dividable wall in the middle there, so this could be broken into two spaces, which gives the PD a lot of flexibility to hold multiple things at once. And then this is inside that conference room off of the stair and off of the training room. And then we have an animation that will have some music, maybe. Yes.
Thank you, Scott. All right, and the last item here on our agenda is the opinion of cost. So some of y'all saw this the last time I presented, but we have done a little bit of paring this down to what would be asked for in a bond. So what I brought in before had some of the construction costs as well as some other costs as well. So this is pared down a bit more, which is why you're seeing some different numbers. But ultimately, we've got our the main PD that you just saw the fly-through of, which it did get a little bit smaller. We were able to trim that down a bit more to about 45,000 square feet. And then we have our police asset building, which is the smaller one-story building at 7,000. And we've got those priced at $750 and $550 a square foot right now. Again, I want to say these are opinions of cost and they're architectural. So we've been working on. We'll be handing this off to a CMAR very quickly to be able to come up with some harder numbers to inform the bond. But we also have our site paving. As you can see in what we've shown you, there's a lot of site paving in a facility like this. When you have shift changes, you have a lot of vehicles to transition in and out of there. And then we, of course, have the stormwater management and wall. That wall is the perimeter screen that goes around the site. And then we have an FF&E, which is our furnitures, fixtures, and equipment, which is really how you finish out the building with workstations and all of that. And then we have an escalation and contingency fund. That's been lowered since the last time you saw it. We're further in design. We have a lot more figured out at this point. So it seems appropriate to lower that as well. So again, your CMAR will be working on harder numbers for this estimate independently from us. We've been sharing a lot of that information to help inform that process. So this is the last time you'll see my estimates, and hopefully we'll be seeing their estimates from here on out. But see, for next steps here, we've got the CMAR award, which we know is underway. And the site survey has been ordered and is underway, as is the geotechnical report. So those are all of the engineering studies that we need for this particular site. And then, as we understand, there'll be another council meeting on August 6th to potentially call a bond. And then for our CMR team and PBK, our design team, we held a forum on Tuesday night over at the PD, saw some of y'all there. And we encourage anybody who's interested in learning more about what the PD, where their space is like now and how this will change the environment that they're working in. We have another forum on August 5th. And of course, we'll be working on finalizing that cost estimate as well. So with that, happy to take any questions that you might have. And thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight.
Thank you, Jessica. Questions or comments from council?
I have just one question. On the level 2 floor plan, this is way late in the game. I'm not asking anybody to do this, but on that second story, is a structure capable of adding additional second story over the future dispatch and over where the forensics is on the first floor?
It is not being designed that way. It can be done. It's very tricky and very expensive to do that.
Right, okay.
There is a lot of room on the site, so I think in future editions, it would probably be
From scratch.
easier and more cost-effective to just simply build additional.
That's a good answer, thank you.
I have a question. So you mentioned earlier that you were able to reduce some of the square footage. So where, and in the design process, if we needed to trim down even further, where would that happen? Where would be like the most feasible place to cut back in order to cut back on some of the cost?
So I think some of the square footage we were able to reduce was some redundant public spaces that could just very easily be, we reconfigured a little bit and were able to use one public space to serve both functions. I think cutting further is going to end up cutting some programming. And so that might be, what that would probably end up doing is cutting into the future proofing of the project. Looking at the program, I believe the idea was to try to build this for at least a 10-year outlook. And so for cutting further from that point, we'd probably be cutting that, you'd probably be looking at adding on or expanding this facility sooner than later.
Yeah, I think that's one of the questions that came up during the tour is how long before we need to grow this again? But at the same time, it's fair for people that are concerned about the cost and the burden on the taxpayer saying, well, if we've cut it back already, what are some future opportunities that would not necessarily compromise the quality and the services that we're going to get from our new Justice Center, but that would lessen the burden on the taxpayer. So it's good to have both sides of that.
Yes,
Thank you.
just something to consider too is that the escalation of construction continues to rise, and the best time to really build something is now. It will always cost.
Best time was 5 years ago.
Best time was really 5 years ago.
It's true.
So you're building for the future when you're building now as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any delay and reduction is kind of like, why are we doing this? I mean, we're way behind. But I think we're at 11,000 square feet at the current facility?
11 or 12,000, yes.
I mean, and that's easily 5 to 15 years outdated, depending on what services we want to continue and add on to. So I think I've done an excellent job in cutting this down, especially from previous designs and things that have happened. So thank you, sir. Getting told to talk to the mic. So no, I just don't see any other cost saving. I mean, I think originally some council members were looking at $75,000-$80,000 as and a lot more square footage than this.
Million.
Huh?
75 to 80 million.
I mean, million. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have zero caffeine tonight. But no, I think you've done an excellent job. It's a lot, so much better than what we were previous, both the design cost and the final cost here that we're narrowing down. So I like what it is and what y'all are doing, and I think we have a great site that EDC has provided for us.
Yes,
Back in the
yes,
corner,
yes.
and so, but thank you, I appreciate it.
I want to also echo what Councilmember Morris just said. Y'all have been great to work with. I like the layout and the proposed, what the proposed Justice Center is going to look like. Also want to acknowledge what the city put out there, David, with the video, with the plans that we saw here, but also the ability for anybody who has had the chance to be on that website to be able to put in your assessed home value as it is, you know, like right now, and get a feel for what it's going to cost
Yeah.
each resident in our community. You know, that's one of the things I jumped on immediately. And based on the current assessed value of my home, it would cost my wife and I 45 cents a day, $13.75 a month, $165 annually, you know. So, and everybody has the ability to do that. So I know that we're trying to give the most that we can to our police department, which everybody that I've talked to has been in total agreement with. I think this meets the need, and, you know, everybody can factor in whether it's going to meet or exceed their budgets or not. I mean, I can spend $165 annually to support this, but each person out there who will be voting on this is going to have to answer that question for themselves. But outstanding job, and depending on how this moves forward in the future, I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say, too, your team here at the city has been amazing to work with. We've enjoyed every step of the way. They've been very helpful, and it's really been made it an easy process for us.
I'm hoping permitting goes quick.
I'd like to add something, if that's okay. Can you go to the slide where it talks about price per square foot?
Yes.
And this may already be out there, kind of new to it, but I think to justify some of the cost and show, like where your $750 price per square foot for your headquarters there, a lot of people can Google and go on and say, hey, price per square foot for normal commercial use would be X, right? Perhaps maybe there's a list of materials used so that you can see that obviously this isn't a typical commercial style building.
Yes.
I mean, there's probably some bulletproof glass that's in there, and you guys shared with that. And so is it a steel structure? Is it a wooden structure? What is the foundation? And so to justify that number for $750 price per square foot as opposed to, hey, a typical commercial building. Because, I mean, I do believe that it's going to be significantly more than a typical commercial building.
It is, and you're right. There are a lot of specialty systems in there, and materials and equipment, and just robustness that you don't see in a typical facility. And we're building this, you know, you're going to be owner occupants of this. You're going to want this to last for, you know, generations. It's not the same as a commercial building that is then sold immediately. So it is definitely built for the long term.
And I think it's important for Citizen Hutto to understand that too. It's like, it's not just a normal, it's not hooky. Right. There's a lot of things that go involved in this, right? It's withstand storm shelter. So the price per square foot would justify it. So I think if you were to add anything more to it, maybe using like a materials list or something like that to show it. But I think it's a great, I came the other night, went through you guys' open house, great presentation. Yeah, excited. I know the police department is too.
Very excited. So I gotta say, I agree with what Councilman Reynolds is saying from like a Hutto transparency standpoint, everybody's using AI now, so.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you can go out there and go, you can build this stuff for $80 a square foot. Well, that's a home.
Yeah.
And then, commercial, you can do it this way. And so now the great thing about the data center boom is it's allowed everybody is an architect and everybody knows, the construction costs in the best way. And so I think it would be just something as we're trying to sell people on the cost is that we're not building a strip center here.
Right.
We've got to build something that, unfortunately, not everybody is pro-police, and so someone may come in and try to get stupid, and so there's precautions put in, there's security, there's a lot of things that go into that, but anything we can do to help, because anytime, my guess is when it gets closer to the bond time and voting, seven of us took a payout, and we're all getting a cut of what's being spent and all that stuff. It's the world we live in now. The only comment I have is that this isn't you guys, it's really more on staff, is the square footage that we have listed for the 911 center. So I've heard this from the county multiple times, you have to have a license. You can't just build one and say, we're gonna start operating this, you gotta get a certain license. I forget the name of it. But I've been told on multiple occasions, that is not an easy license to come by. And so I'd like to make sure we don't get so far down that we have, like, for instance, do you guys have on here how many square feet approximately that addition is?
It's about 4,500 if I remember, but don't quote me on it.
That's all right, 4,500. So potentially, we got about $3.5 million we're spending on a system that if we don't get a permit, then you guys have learned about me by now, then I'm going after the staff member that said, hey, go do this and we'll get you this license. If we can't get the license, why'd we just spend and build all this so we can have a vacant building? So I would ask from a staff standpoint, before we go out to bond, real quick here, let's figure out what the process is on license and what the estimated ability to get it. Because they're gonna get really upset if we build a building, tell everybody we're gonna have 911 services, and then come back in 5 years and go, we're just kidding. So-and-so wouldn't let us have a license, when really our job is to already know what's the odds of getting the license, the ability to do it, and then what's the labor to do it. Because while I think the county rips us off with charging the money that they charge us, since we already pay that in taxes, the only thing worse than paying $1 million for is doing it yourself for more than $1 million for.
Yeah.
And so then you realize, we spent $3.5 million to spend more money. So those are the only numbers. Everything else, I'm with Councilmember King. We've been round and round. For the public, we talked about how big the urinals were. Are you putting in enough toilets? Because you guys are talking $750 a square foot. And we're like, we talked, how big was the chief's office? And he doesn't have an office bigger than the city manager's, who has the biggest one I've ever seen. But that's not because of him, that's a previous city manager.
I just get to sit in it.
Yeah, he just gets to sit in it. But we have scrutinized, in my mind, every single cost short of we don't build a police station. And I don't think that's possible to not build a police station. And so I think from a retention standpoint, from the ability, and then just to maintain our rankings and how safe our city is, morale, I think you have to do something. And, it's a 45,000 square foot too big. Maybe it should have been 40,000 or 42. We're talking, overall, we're talking not meaningful things. So those two things, I think will help a lot. What Councilmember Reynolds said, and then, anything we can get information for 911, the cost of that. It's not too late to scrap it, but once you build it, everybody's going to expect it.
Yep.
But anyway, you guys have done great, and appreciate you guys hustling, because the previous people, I don't know what their deal was, but you guys have done a good job getting us caught back up and be on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. All right, next that brings us up to the consent agenda. We have items 8.1 through 8.10 for consideration. Are there any that anyone wishes to pull?
Yes, I'd like to pull 8.5 and 8.7.
I'd like to pull 8.1, 8.2, and 8.6.
8.1, 8.2, 8.6.
2 and 6.
Yep, so that leaves us 8.3, 8.4, 8.8, 8.9, and 8.10 for consideration.
I make a motion to approve 8.3, 8.4, 8.8, 8.9, 8.10.
Second.
as presented.
Second by Councilmember King. Have any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 8.1, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-147, designating Core Construction Incorporated, Georgetown, Texas, the construction manager at risk in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 2269.056A, as the most qualified firm for the construction manager at risk services associated with the Justice Center project.
Good evening, Kate Moriarty, Executive Director of Administrative Services. Happy to answer any questions that there may be.
Yeah, I just want to, when I read through this, I don't know how much information we're supposed to have. I just want to, it's been a while since we did a big project, but try to get more information on who exactly,
Who responded?
who responded, and I guess what caused other people to make it and not make it, because it's such a big project that I was looking through here. You guys had, if I remember right, you guys received 12, and out of them, 3 were shortlisted.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if legally we can know who the 3 that were shortlisted, but I always find it odd when it's like a $40 million project, and it's like, hey, 12 people responded, we shorted to 3, and here's one we picked. And it really doesn't say, unless I miss it, it doesn't really say why we picked them, what made them better than everybody else. So just anything you guys legally can provide that before I pick a person that's gonna build a police station for $42 million on budget, with no change orders,
On time.
on time. I'm just hoping, I don't even think you guys told us who was even selected, like who was on the committee that picked it.
That is in the AIR, and that is the city manager, assistant city manager, the chief of police, the CIP engineer, and our CIP program manager. And then we had a representative from PBK Architects.
Oh, there you go, yep. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can do it publicly. If not, if you can send it to us behind the scenes, just so we know.
No, I think we definitely can do it publicly. I have seen these done with bid tabs before, to where you see, like, the top, at least the finalists, the 3 who got finally scored. The top 3 were Core, who came in number 1, Bartlett Cock, who came in number 2, and Spa Glass, who came in number 3.
I thought they just did glass.
Spa Glass?
No.
Well, good thing you weren't on the committee then.
It's all about asking questions and getting information, right? So you guys know me, that I ask a million.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, just anything you can share on the backside, just to know, like, if it was close or.
Yeah, it was close, and the scores, since they're not in the packet, we'll just send that around. But it was close. I think Core ended up, what, Kate?
Over by a point by the second.
Are they here tonight?
Yeah, the Core's right here, because the next item is to award them at Seymour.
All right. On budget, on time, and we hate change orders.
0 change orders.
To the point to where you say that, but everybody comes up and they always tell us the same thing, don't take care. Like, oh, no problem. And then 6 months later, something pops up, and I'm telling you, I think our patience is getting real thin on change orders. And we have another construction guy that got added to the council along with one, and a guy that does estimating, and so we're starting to just say no. So you guys can still bow out if you want to before, we
It's
approve
like,
it.
I know there's going to be change orders. I have to put on a different hat on this side than, because I like them on your side, but
He tells me about the change orders he does.
I don't
and
like
go,
them on
That's
this side."
exactly why I press everybody, because I know the business a little bit, but okay. Just wanted to get that off my chest before we do all this.
Well, the good thing is about Seymour, unless we change the scope or we change something, they're going to be giving us a guaranteed maximum price.
Yep.
And it will not exceed that. Now, if we change something,
it could.
Right.
And that's just the next argument, right? Is what you changed something, so now we got to hit, because we have that happen all the time, right?
That's absolutely right.
I've never
So-
had a construction guy come up here and go, it's 100% on us.
It's a good thing
The
that
wall-
PBK got all their work done. Right?
Even when it's crooked, right? Then they come up and argue it's not crooked enough to warrant, so.
We did ask Core if they would build straight walls or not. And
They must be
Funny,
plumb.
They laughed, they're gonna learn.
No action.
Right. So I'll make a motion to approve 8-1 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield. Any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 8-2, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-148, authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement between Core Construction Services of Texas Incorporated and the city of Hutto for pre-construction services for the Police Department Justice Center project in the amount of $35,000, CIP F02-2024. I only pulled this because you can't talk about 8-1 and approve 8-2. So I'll make a motion to approve 8-2 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Councilmember Morris. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Next, we have item 8-5, and thank you folks for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Feel free to cut some money out of that as you're looking through it.
Straight walls.
Negative change order.
Yeah, straight walls.
Item 8-5, consideration and possible action on ordinance number O-2026-032, amending the fee schedule for deposits and service charges associated with utilities.
Hi, thank you. The reason I pulled this, I just want more information on it. What is the amendments and the changes and the impact of them?
Sure. So it encompasses a few changes. The first is a change in the deposits for water and wastewater accounts. So when we were reviewing the current deposits that we're charging, really they're not adequately charging an appropriate amount for bills. So if someone has an average payment history and they miss a payment, we want their deposit to cover at least 1 month of the average bill. Poor history, we require 2 months of an average bill, and that's just to protect us. And just a reminder, if you have made all of your payments on time, these deposits are refunded to you after your successful payments. The next one is the connection fees. We propose to increase these because they are not the current fees are not covering the cost of the average water meter. So it's kind of the idea of development paying for development. We don't want to subsidize the cost for a meter. These are passed on to developers or new home builders. And then finally, these are a few other service charges. These are a few miscellaneous charges. So we propose to increase the charge for disconnection from $50 to $75. This is just to encourage, making your payments timely, more adequately compensating for staff time to go out and perform reconnections, administrative work with doing these things. And then there were a couple of other items such as temporary water meter installation and relocation fee of $300. This actually, in practice, has been charged but wasn't on the fee schedule. And another one is the cost of a water meter test, and that will be the actual cost of a test. So if a water customer is like, hey, I don't think something's right with my meter, we'll go out and test it for you. If nothing is wrong with your meter, we pass that cost on to you. But if there was in fact something wrong with your meter and was malfunctioning, we won't charge you for that. That will be the city's responsibility. And I think that covers all of them.
Thank you for that. So we're talking about amending fees and amounts of deposits. As a city, what do we have in place for people that might be financially unable to make those deposits?
Sure. So there are a few things. So our utility billing team will offer extensions, they'll offer payment plans, and they reach out several times to try and make accommodations for that prior to cutoff or any service interruptions.
Is that all through like email or phone call?
I believe it's email, phone call, and mail.
Okay, and paper mail. Okay, I'm just considering people that may not be able to access email or don't have a phone. You're going to think about a large variety of residents that are very likely affected by the fee schedule increase in costs, and want to make sure that when we're talking about increasing anything, that we are doing our due diligence to communicate and fund alternatives for them to make sure that they don't go without a very basic essential necessity like water.
Yes.
Awesome. Any other questions?
I do. Since we're talking about utility and fees, when I was out politicking one day a year or so ago, I was noticing how many people drop off checks and then come in with cash to pay their utility bills. Is that still pretty significant?
Oh, good question. I'm not on the front line of that. I do know it's still a factor, and actually, it is a free way to pay for your bill. So I know people are still doing it. I just don't know to what capacity, but we could find that data out for you.
Yeah, from a budget standpoint, I want to bring it up on this. What I'm looking at, we talked a year or so ago, and I didn't get it in last year, but I think there needs to be a way, and I forget if there is a free way to pay, right? ACH or
Bank draft, correct.
Right, and so we're one of the only utility providers, when you're talking like cable, and you're talking electric and everybody else, that just doesn't require you to do it that way. Like, you can't pay cash and check anywhere else. And so I'd like to know how much that's causing us, because one of the things I heard from a staff member was, it's significant enough that it takes a lot of time. And we may need more people because of the amount of time we are taking doing this. And it made me think, we're here in the service business, but we also have to move in with the times.
Mhm.
And if everybody else is able to pay their cell phone bill through ACH, then why are we allowing cash to come in? And what I was looking at doing is making sure we have one or maybe two free options. But if we're taking cash in and then we have to pay for a depository service to then pick up that cash, then I think they should have to pay extra to have cash. And if you're wanting employees that make whatever they make an hour now, $40 an hour, if they're having to process checks and things like that, then I think that almost needs to come down to the point to where you're going, okay, you can pay with a check, but now you got to pay $2 more a month with a check, because that's the actual cost, because otherwise the people are paying credit cards, pay their way through. We offer a free way, and then we have another way that actually costs us more and more money every year. And as we grow, it's a lot cheaper to make people do ACH. And I know some people are going to balk and yell at me tomorrow, but they pay their cell phone bill, they pay their electric bill, and they pay every other bill in life outside of cash, but we are accepting it. But just something to look at. It may not be as big of a thing, but if it is, and the only other thing I'd like to bring up when it comes to utilities is that I'm also told that if you switch from one person moves out, one person moves in, I'd like to know the approximate time it takes to process that, because I'm told it's pretty significant. And I'd like us to look at, again, if it is as long as I'm being told it is, then are we charging the right amount of money to set up a new account? Because we're getting bigger and bigger as a city. Or is there a software fix or some kind of other thing we can do? Otherwise, since we're charging people what it costs to do the service, I just want to make sure cash people are paying their way through, and we do offer a free way, and then also setting up new accounts. I mean, if it takes a half hour to set up a new account, and again, I don't know, the average employee makes $85,500 last year. So whatever that is divided by 40 hours and 52 weeks of the year plus benefits, we have to take all that into account before we start hiring more FTEs. But just stuff for budget, but since we're talking about utility fees, I thought I'd go ahead and give you guys a heads up.
Understood.
Trying to make the budget process easy this year.
Understood.
So, all right.
And just for the record, you are.
Oh, Christina Bishop, Assistant Finance Director.
Oh, I thought you were
Thank
saying
you.
I was making it easier. I was like, well, thank you.
And just for the record, our utility billing clerks do not make $160,000 a year. So.
How did I get with that?
You were saying 85 an hour or something
No,
like that.
85.5 is the average city employee's wage.
40 an hour.
That's
Which
that's
is about
the average wage.
Which is about 92.
The city manager makes a little bit above that.
I pull the average up.
83,200.
Ah, okay. 2040.
All right. Any other discussion or action for this item?
Make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield, seconded by Councilmember King. Any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thanks, Christina. Next, we have item 8.6, consideration and possible action on resolution number R-2026-151, authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the Facilities Utilization Agreement between the City of Hutto and the Hutto Youth Baseball Association, HYBSA. Jeff, how you
Good
doing?
evening, Mayor, Council. Jeff White, Director of Parks and Rec.
All right. Did we get the water heater fixed?
Yes, we did.
Yay.
Okay. So my only other issue here, that wasn't really an issue, that was a check, is
I got one.
we had a motion made. And I'm gonna pull up the motion here. Sorry, I had it and then, so we had a motion made and I don't see any of the things that we addressed in the motion in this agreement.
Would you mind, do you have the motion with you? Would
Yeah.
you mind reading that?
So we said, motion, this is from the minutes, motion by Mayor Snyder, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Thornton, to approve an amendment to the contract and put in next year's contract to add the community support items as presented. Those are in there. Additionally, HYBSA will be responsible for the following: porter service, not in there; raking, dragging, chalking, not in there; hot water heater added before the next game, you did; adding changing tables to the men's and women's restrooms, kind of in there; and then addition of a storage shed and coordinate with park staff on location. And so, I guess I'm like, why didn't we put the porter service, raking, dragging, chalking? Why didn't all that go in the amendment?
We could add that into there. It's not a big issue, but,
Well, I mean, if a
But
motion's
except
made by
that
the
it's-
city council.
yeah.
And we're saying, city manager, staff, go do X.
Mhm.
And we don't get X. Like, I know it's not a big deal because we made the motion. Then I'm kind of like,
Why are we here?
I guess I want to get to a point where I don't have to read every single thing that we're going through, that I just
Understand.
trust it's what our motions were. And it's stupid, I'm getting mad about porter service. But I'm like, man, here's what I feel like we got in here. The community support items, so we're gonna let them help you paint the bathroom walls. And we're gonna let them help you dig ditches. And then the things that they really cared about was the raking, dragging, chalking, we didn't put in there. And I guess I just want to get to a point to where we make a motion, I don't have to spend my time reading every sentence, I just know it's going to happen. So it's more of just like a, and then with that, I don't know why, so why are we waiting until the end of the year to do the changing tables?
We're not. We just built in a buffer to do, in case there's any more additional work that we need to come back and do. We have a work day scheduled with them on July 25th, pending this approval of this
You're
agreement.
not going to let them, I mean, why not go ahead and have them put in
Put in the,
changing tables, like,
we have them in stock. We were just going to do a general work day with them on July 25th.
no, but take like,
Well, then the date should be July 31st, 2026. I mean,
and
not
like, what, I don't understand
December.
what the holdup is, because if we, here's the other thing, every time we give a deadline, as a city, we don't hit deadlines very well, and we just do not have a good track record. And so I'm looking here going, in June, we said, oh my God, do the water heater, put some baby changing tables in, and then we get an agreement that says, we'll get them in by the end of the year. And I'm like, yeah, but people are using the parks now, and I thought it was crazy we didn't have them in. I don't have babies, so I don't pay attention to that. But I'm like, if you've already got them, what's it take, 15, 20 minutes to install one?
It varies, but yeah, 20 minutes or so.
So 20 minutes, and how many bathrooms do we have?
4.
Men's and women's, so 8?
No, 4 total. 2.
4 total, so
Yeah.
20 minutes, so about an hour and a half, we can knock it out. We don't even need a work day. I'm just thinking, like, when I play kickball, I don't see a lot of babies here at kickball, but if they are, I never thought about it because my kids are in their 20s, but it kind of make me mad if my kid needed their diaper changed, and I go and I got to lay them on the concrete floor because it already looks like a prison bathroom, and then the one thing you're hoping to do is put your baby down on a changing table, and there's no priority to get it done. So.
Well, one of the reasons that I wanted them to assist with doing that, is partially take ownership of them, because we've had them in there before and they've gotten torn up and damaged, and we replaced them and they got torn up and damaged. So the part of me wanted them to be able to install it and have some ownership in that, that, hey, we installed it, it's part of, you're paying taxes to recover these things, so it's kind of that ownership part of it as well.
So how does so the President Association installs it, how does that help the 8-year-old baseball kid that's hanging up and down on it, not tear it off? I mean,
Well, they can reiterate to their parent, the idea is they reiterate to their parents and players, and hey, these are something we put in, we help install to make sure they take better care of it.
Here's what I'd say. Let's install them. And if the games are done, you guys inspect it, torn off, then you make them pay to replace everything, and then that's ownership. But waiting, I don't know what having them hang them up, it just seems, I don't know. Some of this stuff, it seems like, it's always tell the city manager lately, stuff just drags on to where if we don't pay attention to this, it'll be like a year from now, and we'll be like, damn, they're still not put up yet? Oh yeah, well, that day got rained out and we kind of forgot about it, and I'm like, let's just get something done around here. But that's just my thing. I just want to get something done in this city so we can tell people we did something. But anyway, that, and I'd like to know, I guess eventually I'd like to get to where we make a motion, the city manager's people do what we ask to do. Otherwise, I mean, it just makes me want to beat up on him, and he probably gets tired of my one-on-ones. But
Yeah, for me personally, it's a nay vote for me because of exactly what the mayor described. We were expecting certain language to be in this. It's not in there. So I'm not going to vote for something that where the language isn't clear.
instead of voting no, would you be okay just postponing it to next meeting so they can get it re-executed and
Fix it.
Reword it.
I would be fine with that.
That's fair.
Does that have to be a motion?
Yes.
I think it does, right?
To
Yeah.
to reschedule.
Make a,
So moved.
a motion to postpone this to, what is it, August 6th?
Correct.
Okay, second then.
Second.
Somebody's done voting.
I'm going to second it anyway.
Porterfield and King.
There you go.
All right, any other discussion?
I just want to make sure that we're not going to be stopping them from operating now.
My understanding is it's just an amendment.
This is an amendment.
This is
to
just an
the-
amendment.
To the existing, yeah.
And
They
I
won't
did
start
talk to-
league play until September anyway.
Yeah, I did talk to the president today, and I just said, hey, and he kind of said, well, I mean, I know what we talked about, but this kind of works for us. And I'm like, well, you can ask your wife, but I don't like making motions and then it not coming through. And he was like, hey, I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair statement, so we'll get it taken care of.
All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Next, we have item 8.7, consideration possible action on resolution number R-2026-152, amending the city council protocols regarding the appointments to boards and commissions by city council place designation.
Yeah, I just pulled this because I want to make sure that we're all really clear on what the updates or changes are going to be going forward. We had some conversation about it when it came up at the last meeting, so I just wanted to review what the new city council protocols regarding appointments to the boards and commissions is going to look like.
So I read the red line and I didn't have any questions.
I was talking to Councilmember Morris. Is it appropriate to mention the
Ratio.
huh?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was asking you to speak on it actually.
Yeah,
'cause we had discussed it.
I guess it's in F2, where it talks about these, councilmember one would do, councilmember place one would do seat one of thing. I don't think that's random enough. If you look at the proposal that was sent out, I think this was Amanda's email,
I'm
maybe
sorry,
earlier.
Mayor, do we need a motion first? Since we're not asking a question, we're discussing, sorry.
Discussion.
Okay,
Well, I'll make a motion to approve as
There you go.
presented.
Second.
go ahead, sir.
Discuss. We need to fix that one day too.
yeah,
'cause I
I
hate
know.
making motions.
I
and
know.
then-
Yeah. But anyway, it's a little lopsided. Basically, two positions decide over 2/3 of the positions.
Like the reappointments.
For
and-
reappointments and everything.
Right.
So I think there needs to be a little more randomness. Oh, we're city manager. A little more randomness in this, or, I mean, if you just have seat one in place one, seat two, what it is you get a wave. So for like, in this case, 12 positions went to one seat, and then another 8 went to another seat. So there's 20 out of 31, almost 2/3. But I think what's going to happen is in the next year, there'll be a majority, or like 2 of the seats didn't even have any in this election cycle.
So
I think the issue is not with the wording of
No.
It's
with the protocols. The issue
places.
is how the places were divvied up.
Yes, how the
Okay.
seats were divvied up.
So I would just say we approve this and ask for randomness.
More randomness on that. Does that make sense,
To
City Secretary?
reassign the places to the people randomly.
I think what he's saying is,
Yeah.
when we did like, say, half the people just went to place 1 and 2, and a bunch of people didn't get anybody, and so he just wants it randomly to where.
Yeah, two positions.
That would require changing their terms. And the terms are already staggered.
Then
No.
I think what we can do is,
You just
it won't
randomly,
change the term, it just, he may only have a year left on his
Randomly
person.
changes their place
instead of
number.
saying 1 through 7, and every board and commission, it goes, that sequence is different than 1 through 7. If every board and commission is one,
Well, hold on. I think at least
but
the
I'm
way
saying this would solve the problem.
The way I understood it is let's say that Jim is place 1 and Evan is place 2. Well, then if we randomly change it, my term doesn't change, but I'm no longer place 2. I'm now place 4, and so it just randomly moves people's place numbers around in the board.
I think
So,
it's a simpler
is
way to
that-
look at this.
to me, that's
is
simple.
that we have, let me finish, please.
I'm not an engineer.
Is right now, we have 7 positions, 7 seats in every boards and commission. And what you have done, or whoever's done, is basically the first person is seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, seat 5. Every one of them. That needs to be randomized. It doesn't mean the 1 through 7, 1 through 7. They just randomly get picked. The 7 then get different numbers.
But according to this new protocol, it would still be seat 1 would be by place 1,
Right. We need to
no
change
matter
that.
the order how it's listed on the sheet.
Right, so this, yeah, you're right. This wording would not change, but how you assign seat 1 would have to change. Correct.
On the board or commission.
I think what happened is we assigned the seats based on the time left in the seat.
No, the seats are constant.
1 through 7.
Right.
Because on his thing, the majority of people that got put in,
There's the places and the frequencies.
like 8 of the positions went to place 1, 6 went to place 2, 12 went to place 14, and 5 went to place 6, and none of them went to place 3 and 5.
And that's going to be a pattern every year.
So what
And
we're
so
saying
so
is,
2 of them are going to get the majority of the nominations. 2 of them will get none, and then there'll be a balance of the remaining.
yeah, so we're saying is
three.
assuming we pass this, if you can go back through and there's 7 people on, don't worry about what their time left and their position is, just randomly.
Yeah, when you
one
have
spot
7
goes to
names.
place 1, 1 goes to 2, 1 goes to 3, 1 goes to 4, and then as they come up, we'll renew them throughout our time on the council. Does that make sense?
Not at all.
I will share with you. All we have to do is.
Because the appointments are made according to the terms.
Right, and that's what we're saying, don't do that, because in doing that, it's made 2 positions up here not have any board members. We're saying, don't worry about the term left on the position.
Just randomize.
Just randomly put them in place 1 through 7, and then potentially.
Seat 1 through 7.
I may have 2 years left in my term, but a person that is in my seat may only have a year left. And then in a year, I'll appoint somebody new. And I think that's actually better that way, in a way, to where that way it stops someone from just coming in and getting elected and replacing all their people. But I think you guys can talk offline, because I think we're.
Yeah, I just want to
I know
bring
what
up
you're
the original reason that I suggested a change is I wanted to have more engagement and involvement by every council member. That was the goal. And, how that gets implemented, that's what we're discussing it. But my intention and my goal is to have every council member be a party of, and if they can't, they can't. Some weeks are different. But that way we have 7 people that are going to have an opportunity to look at these nominations and these questionnaires and things like that, and any LinkedIn or whatever they want to. But if the way it is now is that 2 council places do over 2/3 of the nominations on a yearly basis. And 2 council members have no say in the nomination. And that's why it's this year. And that's the way it'll be. Every year will be that way.
And here's what I'm
And
talking about.
well, let me finish. So all that needs to be done is when we have the board and commission, and you said the first name is seat 1, the second name is seat 2. I assume that's what was done. Is that correct?
No, there are places, and then when there were vacancies, if it was a vacancy for place 3, seat 3.
So these seat numbers
then
are
seat
already
3
existed.
Yes,
Okay, that's my mistake.
and they
I don't-
correspond to the terms.
Well, I know, but I go look at like a board or commission, they don't say seat 1, 2, 3. There's just the name and
No,
the,
they have places.
There's seats in the very first column on the appointments sheet.
on the TERS are not that way. I'm looking at one right now.
There's 7 names. The third name's place 3, C3.
Is that right?
Well, then that's my mistake. Then I apologize.
Is that right? What Councilmember Reynolds said, that it's whatever order they're in, that's the seat they're assigned, and then
That's
where
the way
they're
they're listed on
responsible
the
for that,
thing.
whether they're
Right.
numbered or
When
not.
the
first
TERS were
person.
appointed, they may not have been appointed to a particular seat, and that's something that we can look at.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that
theirs
would
is
be
different.
helpful. Yeah.
I would say what I suggest.
But the majority of them do have seats.
Yes, we just
Well, I'm
have,
looking
like,
at planning and zoning. They're not seats assigned.
Well,
There's Hazel Sherrod. I mean, there's just the names.
They're not, but on the information
This
we
is
get.
the only information I have. I don't know. if
On the
there's
Excel
any-
spreadsheet?
Oh, on that.
Yeah, that's what you need to be
Okay,
looking
I mean,
at.
I was just looking at this. Yeah, I see what you're saying now on the other sheets.
But what I was
tabs.
saying is, don't change the name and the term, just change their place number randomly.
Yes.
And that new place number
Yes.
then becomes the name and the term.
Yes.
So this
That
week,
would
seat
solve
3
it.
goes to seat 4.
And that
next week.
way, like I said, if you're place 1 and you got 3 years left, Gerald, then now you're randomly now place 4. You still have 3 years left. Your name is still Gerald. You just happen to be place 4 now, randomly picked. And that's your new place, but it's just we're randomly picking all the
You're
place
saying
numbers.
move the names around.
No, don't move the names, move the numbers.
The numbers, the seat numbers.
I was gonna say move the names to a
Place
number
number.
that,
No, just
More.
move the place numbers around.
to the name, that more accurately reflects how much time's left in the term corresponding to.
Don't change the term, don't change the name, just change the place number.
How about this? I'm completely okay with you two figuring it out.
Well,
We vote on
again,
this, and we add in that you two will work with the city secretary to
Done.
get everybody lined up.
again, I just want to go back to the intention. The intention was to get more involvement from the
Correct.
city council. And I think this actually goes the opposite way. It makes less involvement.
Right, so
In fact,
we'll-
it cuts out 2 people completely and puts 2 people in the control of the majority of the seats. 2/3 of the
Amend my
seats.
motion that you seconded to approve as presented, but have you and the mayor pro tem work with the city secretary to get that figured out.
Randomize the
To
seat
randomize
placements.
it.
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I third.
Sorry to,
Third. All right.
thanks for putting up with me.
Any other discussion? No, I agree with what you're saying, so that's why I'm comfortable with what you're doing. All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember Thornton.
Aye.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Morris.
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Mayor Snyder.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Did you motion and I was second, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And that brings us to item 9.1, discussion and possible action setting the city council meeting dates for 2027.
Hey, Mike. Can you get closer to your mic?
We don't have Randall on council anymore, so he used to be the one that would tell us every time we hit a spring break or a holiday.
Yeah.
So, as if you'll recall, sorry, Laura Hallmark, City Secretary, for the record. If you'll recall, we did this last year, and because we had implemented an agenda publication process and deadlines, and having the dates already set worked very well for staff, and they were able to pass that along to developers and vendors who were coming before council for their items, to let them know this was a slate of meetings that were available and the timelines associated with each one. So for this year's slate of meetings, we were very lucky in that they all fell in line with without any changes. The only recommended change was for March for spring break, from March 18th to March 11th, which worked out well for us this year as well, to have it the week before. So that way, any staff or council members who had children in school, they were able to actually be off that week of spring break and not have to work on an upcoming agenda packet. So any of the holidays or special dates that we needed to bear in mind only affect our back of house process. So the slate is first and third Thursdays all the way through.
Question, on the left column, you have like a big dot.
Asterisk.
Asterisk. I can't see my glasses.
That was left in there inadvertently.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
All right, motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Who said the second first?
Second.
Oh, King, there you go. All right, any other discussion? All right, please call the vote.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the second.
King?
Thank you. Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Boy, here we go.
Next, we have item 9.2, discussion and possible action regarding fiscal year 2026, 2027, year one, and fiscal year 2029, 2030, year four, and fiscal year 2030, 2031, year five of the city's five-year capital improvement plan, CIP.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alberta Barrett, Finance Director, for the record.
So we can only talk about year one, year four, and five.
No. They have the printout.
Yeah, okay, I saw it up there, so I thought maybe it was there. That's fine. So you have the printouts that I sent. So mainly, yes, what our focus this evening is to discuss year one. So the first, if we could turn to the park projects. So in the park projects for year one, which is 26-27, there are three projects that we had slated to start next year, which do not have funding. P17, which is the Orgain Park improvements for $400,000, Durango Park for $3 million, and
P24. I'm sorry.
P24, yes. P28 for Creekside Park improvements. Now, I have it highlighted as we have funding, and the only reason I did that is because we have a little over, almost 1.6 million left from the 23 AGO, general obligation bonds, which are for park projects, but that doesn't mean you have to do it that way. I just did that to reference that you wouldn't have to borrow for that. So my question is, if you want to keep it that way, if so, if you keep all these projects in 27, we would need to borrow the 3.4 million.
And the the Creekside improvements, that's money we borrowed in an account, or that's bonding capacity we have?
No, it's money that we have already on hand.
Right.
So it's funds remaining from current projects.
Personally, I'm
Out of
not in
that.
favor of the Durango Park, because I think before we build more parks, we got to get the parks we have built. And we still have a $10 million park that we're still in the process of in construction. So I'd like to see at least one done before we start another one. And then we can't talk, I guess can't do nothing about next year, but I don't see $30 million getting spent I see the athletic fields, but I don't know that we can do athletic fields and Admiral Gain and Hutto Lake. But I would move Durango out to like budget year 4, I guess, since we can't do it in 2 or 3. I mean, we can move it to 2 or 3, but we can't move those out.
What did you say the 3 we couldn't do?
We can't talk about year 2 and 3.
Okay. Oh, never mind.
One.
He set me up.
Only 1, 4, 5.
So I put too many limits on y'all. Sorry.
That's good. It's a way to keep us focused.
Was your suggestion to move P24 out to year 4?
Yes. And to move P17 to year 2, and then we'll have to
Okay.
figure out year 2 later.
Okay.
P17.
But that's just what I'm thinking, because again, I don't know why we keep building, we would build more parks when
Can't get the ones we got going.
we don't have the ones we have up. And I can tell you this, you look at the community surveys, quality of parks is not ever, that I've seen ever come up. The thing that comes up from parks, which is, we're not really addressing, is athletic fields, aquatic center, and a rec center. And I'm extremely disappointed we did a $10 million park, but it's done. But that would have knocked out half of the athletic fields.
We have to have a motion on that to move them.
Yeah, unless you guys have other ideas.
Yeah, if we could do them kind of like we did the other day by, well,
Well-
there won't be as many, so I guess we could do like all parks.
If the council so desired, I mean, the athletic fields feasibility, right, that's more a study. But I
This is a
don't-
land,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry. So the 23.5 that's out there for year 2 is, my understanding is for the land purchase.
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's also year 2, and that's not available, but
Yes.
you could put money in year 1 for athletic fields feasibility and land purchase and start the process of doing the plan for the athletic fields
Sorry.
this year, but then you'd have to figure out how to fund it.
Well, that is an EDC item. That's not a bad idea, because I tell you what I'd like to bring up to EDC is, I think it's crazy that we have 240 acres we purchased for about 23.5, and if we build apartments on it and sell it for something that's close to what we got to go buy additional land for, I've always thought a big bulk of the balance of the Cottonwood land, it would be great to have fields there. And to me, we just asked the EDC to fund a feasibility study for parks. And we just make that as like a resolution and then kind of force them to look at that. Otherwise, apartment people want to put apartments there, and nobody's out there.
On the west side, closest to the creek?
Yeah, yeah. And even on the north, even but behind that shopping, I mean, there's soccer field places, just things like that. It just seems crazy that we would go, especially since it's next to Fritz. But any other ideas for the
I like that idea.
parks one?
I like that idea.
All right, well, then I'll make a motion to move Durango Park to year 4, and we move P24 to year 4, and P17 gets moved to year 2.
And then you're gonna add you're gonna add dollars for P15, but you're gonna have that funded by others?
Yes. Yes, I guess that would go blue, right?
It would go blue, correct?
Second.
Can you repeat the motion?
But you need to pick a dollar
P24 to
amount.
year 4, P17 to year 2.
But we can't do that.
You
We can move it to year 2, we just can't move out of year 2.
You can't talk about the items that are in year 2.
And then
Okay.
we can do like, I don't know, what's the study cost? I don't even know. I'm afraid to put a number because that's what's going to come in at.
Study is probably not it's probably more like just straight up design at this point, right? So you're probably talking, I don't know, 400 grand or something to start for design of the ball fields.
You okay with 400?
Yeah, I was wanting 150, but yeah.
I was gonna say 250.
We'll come in under budget on the EDC side.
Yeah, if you're planning, should be much lower, but if you're actually designing, you're going to be higher.
Yeah, 400 is good. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so to make sure I understand and get this right, so we're going to put in year one, 27, we're going to put 400,000 for design, and it's going to be blue because it's going to be paid through EDC or some other source.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there a project number for that?
P15.
P15.
Thank you.
And P17 goes year 2, and P24 goes year 4.
Okay, and you want to do P28 as it is on there? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them are blue, so they'll have to have funding from another source before they begin.
Correct. And those are all trail related, looks like.
Yes, they should be all trail.
Jeff's got to start meeting with some running clubs and get some sponsorship money. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Was the second Porterfield?
Porterfield.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield?
Aye.
Mayor Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Aye.
Councilmember King?
Aye.
Councilmember Morris?
Aye.
Councilmember Thornton?
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. While we're still on parks, just want to cover year 4 and 5, where we moved out from our last meeting, P27, P29, and P33 out to, by 1 year, out to year 30. Year 4, I should say. Just want to make sure that that was, I understood that motion correctly from the last time, so should be
Yeah,
good.
I think so.
Yep. So the next one is street projects, and the three that are in question is T47 for $6,089,782. T48, which is Limmer from Edgemont to 1660 at $7,264,120. And T73, which is Carl Stern and 685 for $2 million. So all three of those projects total a little over $15 million. And then looking at funds that we have remaining from prior debt issuances, Fund 12, which is the Series 22 general obligation, we have about 1.8 million. And from the 24 general obligation debt, Fund 32, we have a little over 3.1. So those two total $4,961,508. So again, same, is there anything you want to push out, or do you want to leave all three of these and we borrow the 15 less roughly the 5? Or what scenario would you like to see there for next year?
You want my honest opinion?
Please, sir.
We budget what we can actually get done and started. And so one thing that's driving me up the wall is how many projects we budget and we don't get done. So I don't think we need to add, and to me, we got to push those projects because we didn't even get the projects we said we were going to do this year done and started. And so to me, we still have, and they're not even on here, because we have projects underway or required, but we have projects funded that aren't on here.
Well, because this one is just looking at the budget, the multi-year for the out years.
Yeah.
If we're currently working on them, they're under projects underway, and they should be. But if you see one that you're concerned about, let me know, and I'll
Like
check.
1660 and 79, 1660 South, where's that one at?
Isn't that T4?
Yes.
So I already have money, we're already working on that.
Okay, there's that one. We got 137 and 1660. We've got, trying to think of the ones, where's 163 at?
Is that T18? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yep, we pushed that one out like we said. Innovation expansion, I believe that was the design.
Yeah, so we have the design in year 1. And then we pushed out to year 3, the construction.
And I would say Limmer Loop, I mean, I guess we need the city engineer to know, but James, are those even going to be ready to hit? Let's say we wanted to do 47 and 48 next year. Will they be designed and ready to go in that time frame, or are we still doing ice studies and?
Well, certainly the eye study is underway, but Kate can answer the question.
My understanding is that both of the Limmer Loop projects are past for sure past the 60% design mark, and I do believe are approaching the 90% milestone. The ice analysis, I can go look at the schedules really quick, but I, from my understanding, don't recall them taking more than 2 months. So yes, they would be ready by the time before the next calendar year rolls around.
Okay. And then Alberta, if I remember right, last year, I mean, we're asking the voters for 42 million. How do I say this? We have bonding capacity. We can sell debt and not raise taxes. I think last year was like 28,000 or 28 million or something. We still, there's still a number, right? And so what I'm getting at is, to me, the police station, because that's not a road thing, that was like, okay, if you guys want that, that will raise your taxes $165, which allows us to have money to borrow for roads next year without raising taxes.
Not with the current proposed budget, because if we're at no new revenue, then we would have to calculate debt service going up, and therefore we would have to reduce M&O.
So that's what happened this year. So M&O has gone up dramatically in the budget.
Not dramatically, but yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we had 28 million in borrowing capacity last year that went away. So the INS rate is being compressed and the M&O is going up.
M&O is going up. Interest and sinking is effectively staying the same. So the additional growth dollars that's where like it was like 1.5 million, 1.7. Those new dollars got programmed, not for debt service. If we break off of no new revenue, then we can do that, but then
We can still do that.
Tax rate would go up even higher.
We can still do non-revenue. We got to figure out, if we borrowed 28 million last year, what on the M&O side would you not be able to do this year? So that's what we got to find out from the councils. Had we borrowed the 28 million and we still had no new revenue, we've added so much programming this year, we just had to figure out as a council, do we want all that programming or do we want money for roads? Right?
Yes, I will say yes.
Because we almost borrowed the 28 million last year, and whatever that would have done, you wouldn't have been able to do what you're doing this year, whatever that is, I don't know.
There would have been some, I'm just saying, because there wasn't the debt service to have to take up the INS rate, then that left the growth to only cover M&O. So we programmed that. There would have been a little bit, but it wouldn't have been as much as what we have programmed right now.
Okay, so there's a huge expansion of something. I'd keep the road projects on there. I know you got that look, but if we borrowed 28 million last year.
Now, I'm just trying to understand your question.
Well, here's my question. Let me see if I can do this again. So last year, we had the ability to borrow 28 million and not raise taxes. So we passed a budget saying, okay, we have 28 million in borrowing capacity, which will inch up the INS rate, but we're still no new revenue. And now we go into this year, and now we're saying we can't borrow that money anymore because we used what the delta could have been, we used for M&O gain through whatever, something in the M&O line used up that money. And so, and that's on top of the new revenue we have coming in just from new growth. So to me, we just had to dig into the budget and figure out what got added program-wise. Do we want that? Are we, do we have another year of like big time raises coming? I don't know. I mean, I don't know these things.
No.
But somewhere, because I thought last year, I mean, I guess I'm trying to, Dan will have to call Dan tomorrow and he'll walk me through this because where he went, but how do you get from being able to borrow the money and not raise taxes to that's gone and the M&O took it all up? That's what.
Well, arguably, frankly, what it means is from my perspective, is whenever that number was given, that does not account for what we would have needed for M&O in the future. That was literally like freeboard of new money. If you used all the new money for debt, this is what you could issue. That's the way I would interpret it. But that's also not necessarily entirely the way that it works. But Alberta would have to explain, kind of her thinking and where the numbers came from for me to be able to give you a more specific answer than that.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Well, like my summer, go line by line and see where the potato chip money went. and work back from there. Okay.
Okay, so back to this, you want us to leave all three of those projects in 27? So we'll borrow, I guess, around 15 minus the 5, so about 10 million is what we'll need to issue.
Yep, we'll have to issue, halfway through the year, since it won't be ready to go until towards the end anyway?
Right, so by doing that, then we don't have to pay any interest until the next year, which is the way I would prefer to do it. That way you can set what your rate is and it won't be affected.
I have an issue with that.
I have a question on T19, the CR 199. I know that's in budget year 2, so I guess I can't talk about it. Nope. Never mind.
You can pull it up to year 1, though.
Well, that's my point, is that, is there going to be any design that can be pulled in to year 1? Or what is this 19, well, I don't know how much I can talk about it, but do we want to get design going next year so that we can, because, you know, the gating item there is TO4, the 1660 South and US 79, which,
I think we've started on design because they're the ones that came up and said, we're gonna have to shut the whole road down.
Right, we
And
have to coordinate those.
They're gonna use a flag guy, and I said, 24 hours a day, but it's in design, is it not?
T19 had been designed.
that's fine.
So we just need to fix that then, Kate, because it doesn't, there should be money budgeted
In year 1.
year 1. Yeah, or actually should be in projects underway. We should have money there, I would think.
Right, but it's all been spent. It's going to be spent this year, so there's not going to be any carryover. This report is just trying to show you what projects are underway that we can't remove or that are already in the pipeline. So T19, the design is finished. What's out there is the construction, which is out in year 2.
Right.
So
Well, that was what I was wanting to know about the design. So if that's complete, then,
yes, design is complete.
because that, you know, the 1660 South at US 79 coordinating with 199 has to be kind of flawless for all the residents getting in and out of there. Thank you.
All right, so does anybody want to make any changes? All right. I guess we're done with roads and drainage.
And there's none in water or wastewater for this next year 1.
Easy peasy. I am hoping that we get enough projects designed that we can do a bond package and then be honest with people and say, this is what it's going to go up. And when that time comes, we can say that this will be 5 road projects, they're designed, and bonds could be sold on a Monday and projects could be started the following Monday, you know, not exactly like that, but you know what I mean? Whereas right now, we're asking people to let us raise your taxes, we'll sell bonds, we're gonna go out and do some designing, and last time we did that, we blew through $75 million and didn't get nothing done before all you all were here. So that's where I hope to cut out a lot of the yellow is, go to the public, just like the police station, tell them exactly what it's gonna cost. These things are designed, they're ready to go, and if you vote today, they'll be in construction in a couple months. And then I think a lot of people will look at that, see the plans and go, I will vote for that. Otherwise, we're gonna pull everybody out of here. And I think it's a lot easier to sell when they're done. That was easier than I thought it was gonna be. I had on my mind, on my notes, no Durango Park 2027 CIP needs work. Which hits
Yeah,
it
and I
pretty
need you
quick.
to make a motion on the streets.
What, not to do anything? I mean,
No,
not to make any
we're gonna
changes?
borrow about about 10 million. The projects are about 15.3.
Oh, you guys need a motion for that?
Please, sir.
It's so subtle.
So how do you want that worded? Just, we need a motion for you guys to add 10 million to the budget for borrowing?
To borrow approximately 10 million.
For T,
So it'd be Series
48.
27 COs for approximately 10 million for street projects.
All right.
And
I'll
if
make
it
a
needs to be
motion, we direct
specific, we'll do it.
staff To budget 10 million in borrowing for projects 47 and 48
And 73.
and 70 and
Yes, sir.
73.
Second.
Second, I was say, if it dies, no, it's all right with me. We haven't voted on actually doing it. We're just voting to have staff put it in there. We can still cut the budget back to where we're not raising
Yeah.
taxes.
When we get ready to do the issue, then we'll bring back an ordinance for your approval to issue the debt.
And you know what, when that ordinance comes, it'd be great if it said it's only for projects, T47, T48, and T73.
And way less money.
That way it doesn't go into the slush account. We can just restrict it, which I know no one likes, but.
We're having slushies.
Yeah. All right, any discussion?
Mayor, I have no slush funds.
You don't, but.
Make sure you get this clear. There are no slush
It's
funds.
communications that has it, right?
I'm actually getting paid off right now for voting on this, according to some people, so it's crazy. Sorry, I shouldn't include you guys in all the controversy we get into. All right, any discussion on this item?
No, sir.
All right, hearing none, please call the vote.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Aye.
Councilmember King,
Aye.
Mayor Snyder,
Aye.
Councilmember Morris,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Porterfield.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll move to executive session. The time is 9:34. We have item 10.1, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to deliberate and seek legal advice regarding A, Hutto Gateway Public Improvement District and Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, B, sales tax sharing interlocal agreements, and proposed interlocal agreement for fire services with the Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3. C, dissolution of Williamson County Emergency Services District pursuant to Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 775, Emergency Services District, sales tax election to reduce Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3 sales tax, annexation or disannexation of an area within the Williamson County Emergency Services District Number 3, and D, Adams Gain Restroom Project Defects CIP P19-2024, IFB number 2025-60-JW-02. And item 10.2, receive legal advice pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney and deliberations pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.072, real property, 551.087, economic development negotiations related to pending economic development projects being considered by the Hutto Economic Development Corporation or the City of Hutto, including but not limited to A, Project Core, B, Project Gotham, C, Project Blue Hub, D, Project Heartbeat, E, Project Air, F, Project Orchard, G, Project Hulk, H, Project City of Hutto Fire Station Number 1, and I, Project 107 East Street. Times 9:36.